Hello, welcome to the Adventure Corner. I'm your host, Robot Spacer. So, why am I opening my pen? I don't need to write anything down right now. So this could be the last. I shouldn't say that. If I say it, it won't be. But we're very close to the end here. Once I finish drawing this bus driver, that's pretty much it. And we're very close. Silver Streak, good to see you. Mr. Nuclear Monster, great to see you as well. Valis, that's great to see you. We are nearing the conclusion. Safety words, yes. Thank you, Silver. While I'm shouting out Silver Streak, I'll also take this moment to remind everyone that Silver is starting a new series a week from tomorrow. That's right? Let me double check my calendar. Yes, the 27th. We still, Silver, we got to talk later tonight or tomorrow about a time. We really need to figure that out. But on Saturday the 27th, at some time during the day, I will be joining Silver for the very first episode of his new series, Consulting Detective Network. Every time I have to say the name, I have to pause and think for a second because I think, yes, CDN, Content Delivery Network. Consulting Detective Network. And we'll be playing, of course, a detective mystery game. And he's also going to have a bunch of other folks join him for various other games. You could just say CDN, sure. But, since it's new, I want to give people the full name so they understand what it is. But that's the plan, and sometime very, very soon, we will all tell you and also ourselves what time of day it will be. I imagine it will be in the evening-ish, but exact time to be determined. But today, we are working on this World Builder game. I'm trying to find my notes. Okay, I did a tiny little bit of homework off stream. I once again moved all the death objects to the end of the list. So for our few deaths we have in the game, I'm struggling to remember why we ended up doing this way. I know initially I had the deaths occur in a separate room, but for reasons I can no longer recall, we decided to have the death handled as a graphic that appears on top of whatever scene you're currently in. And then in order to obscure everything else on the scene, on the screen rather, it was necessary to make the death graphics mobile objects, meaning you could pick them up. We simply do not present an opportunity to do so. Hopefully there's not some situation I'm overlooking where that is possible. But I think it's fine. And then it's also important that they're the very last objects in the list. And again, the only way to reorder objects in World Builder is to cut and paste them, and then you have to enter their name again, because it'll get reset to untitled after cut and paste. But I've done that for hopefully the last time. I think our lists of objects is pretty much set in stone at this point, knock on wood. I also updated some of the text towards the end of the game. I no longer remember what all that was. I think I finalized the library text after you send your reply in the little sweetie. So we have 3 different versions of that text now, depending on the type of reply you sent. And I think I also updated the text a little bit on the end screen that appears after this bus driver scene. And then I also rearranged this drawing a little bit. Green Castle Block, hello, good to see you. Is getting on the bus pretty much it? Yes, it is 100% it. This is the last drawing you will see in the game. We have another scene that just says end on it. Show that real quick. So that's our very last screen, and then we have some text that's generated in code, which is why this scene text is empty. Oh, right, I also tweaked this text a little bit. The end text was very, very subtle. But this text I tweaked a little bit more significantly, mainly the S and the A. Just after looking at it again, it was bothering me, and that's where I ended up. I tried to get us around I, although I did realize that even at a high resolution, Helvetica does not have a round dot on the I, so it's fine. But I couldn't figure out any way to do it without making this text super huge, and it's fine how it is. But yeah, I'm a little bit happier with that text now. I think it looks pretty nice. But I guess we'll get started on this. Well, get started on finishing this bus driver scene. So yeah, I reorganized this a little bit. I just felt like it was a little bit cramped feeling. Let's see. I think I have, yeah. So there's our reference image. And before, I was trying to get closer to this reference where the fare box is kind of like right next to the bus driver's leg, and it just was feeling a little bit too cramped. So I decided to move that over. And now you can kind of see the bottom of the side of it right here. And I can't remember what else I did. I think mostly just kind of tweaking. Tried to fill some of this in, though I think this is going to be mostly black, so you won't really see too much what's going on here. And then I think I want to maybe change this arm from the reference photo. I was thinking I might like the just kind of vibe of the scene a little better if this arm is down. I'm going to have to experiment because I don't know if I'll be happy with it once I see it. But I was thinking this arm would be down more at her side, and then her left arm will be on the steering wheel. Snowy Pea. Snowy Pea, thank you so much for 4 months of support. Appreciate it greatly, and I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday, Robot Spacer, and all. Congrats on reaching the home straight with the game. Thank you. I'm very excited. Let me give you a shout out. Okay, so we'll start out with experimenting with that. Let me look at my to-do list real quick. Let's think about other things we have to do. Oh, one thing I also spent some time on off stream was it occurred to me that there are potentially other things the player could try to do in the end screen. So like right now I have some code in here to make sure they don't do any of the like obvious actions. Like we don't want them to, for example, use the little sweetie because they'll still have it in their possession. So if we don't block that action in some way in the scene code, then the global code would allow them to open up the sweetie. It ultimately wouldn't be a big deal, but we don't really want that to happen. So there's a bunch of words where we recognize them in the text and say there's no need to do that anymore. We could potentially probably figure out a way to have code that runs with almost any input. I'm trying to think offhand how we would do that. Oh, we could I guess just check if loop is greater than 0. That's a thought. There's certain actions we still want to allow though, so maybe it's not worth doing that. But it occurred to me there's like lots of other actions we handle in the global code. So I went through and made a list. For example, you can duck, sniff, or smell. I ultimately decided that I wasn't going to worry about blocking every single action. So like those you can still do on this end screen. I mean, they just give you kind of jokey responses anyway, so that's fine. This block handles the text that'll print automatically. And then if you try to look at something else, it'll say there's no need to do that anymore. But yeah, mostly I wanted to go through all the possible things that the player could do and make sure we blocked anything that would be unexpected. No, I didn't do anything, did I? Okay. Give Mr. Nuclear Monster a shout also. So, streamer. Hope your streams have been good. Okay. Bus entrance. So, I guess I'll just delete this arm, and then we'll try redrawing it. I also feel like it's tricky because I feel like we should... It seems weird to only see one of her legs, but also like... let's go back to the reference photo. Like, you can't really see her other leg here. Like, I think it's maybe just a sliver of her other leg poking out at the top here. And like, the lower part of her back leg is, you know, it's further left, so it's not really visible. But it looks a little bit weird. Maybe it'll help if I get that sliver of the other leg in up here. Sorry, you can't see where I'm pointing. Just add a little bit of that back leg up here or something. But let's draw this arm in and see how we feel about that. Oh, I need my other reference file up just so I can look at what a real human looks like. I am a little bit struggling with how exactly this looks. Where would her hand be resting? I guess that's the tricky part. We don't really have an armrest here. Yeah, that looks too weird, like it's down too far. So maybe this is a bad idea. I mean, we could add an armrest. I don't know. Do they have armrests there? What do you mean? Like, there's no armrest in the photo. I do wonder if maybe an armrest is not typically found on like a public bus like this. Just because you want to encourage the driver to keep both hands on the wheel. can't decide how I feel about this. Let me draw on the other hand. God, it's so hard to... I guess ultimately it's so hard to draw this without a specific reference. And also, like, my thought has been like that I'm not going to try to draw hands in here. Like I'll do pixel hands in Mac Paint. But that makes it tricky to kind of visualize what this is going to look like when it's done. Although this looks terrifying at the moment. Let me try to get this in front here. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's not bad. I guess, like, I'm trying to think of, like, why... To me, like, it felt like it might be a better pose, like, a little bit more relaxed. Which I feel like... like, we're trying to project a relaxed vibe at the end of the game here. And since we can't show the player because everything is first person, the only way we can do that is through the surroundings. So I feel like I kind of like the idea of this. I'm now thinking, like, we've got more... This is a more complicated drawing than most of what we've done. And I'm trying to think of how to approach it. Like, it would be great to figure out how these hands are gonna look. I guess I could screenshot this and drop it into Mac Paint. And then start roughing in, like, the hands and face. And get a better idea of what those are going to look like. And then I can come back here and, you know, I could even bring in placeholders. It might be worth doing. Oh, right. I have another image here that I grabbed because once I moved the fare box, I was like, oh crap, now I gotta figure out what the steering wheel looks like. So I grabbed this reference just to see what this whole steering column looks like. But then I was like, well, I could just make it all black and, you know, not really show much of the detail. Like, I'll probably put some highlights on it so you can kind of see the edge of it, but that'll, you know, fade to black. Maybe let's actually do that right now. I wish I could save different versions. I guess I can kind of do that. No. Let's make this overcomplicated. Like, I feel like I'm a little nervous because this is our last. There's no duplicate. I thought we had a duplicate. I can cut and paste, but that presents other problems because I need what's on my clipboard. I just wanted to be able to look at this and then look at what we had previously. Yeah, I think I like the new one a little better. For now, though, let's see if I can copy and paste that. Just until I'm feeling more confident of this change, let's keep that as a backup. Okay. I think I got everything there. Okay, I just wanted to close that to save it because this next step, I just want to get a better idea of how this is going to look when it's finalized. And then I think we'll probably discard it. I don't want to do this yet because it's kind of annoying to have a big rectangle in the background. Because it's harder to deselect things. Let's see. So there's like void beyond these windows. So I'll probably just have like dark. Well, I guess I never put a fill in here. And then is this gonna be completely black? Yeah, I feel like that'll probably be black, and like I was saying, the steering column will be black, but like that's, we're not seeing enough detail here now, so like I feel like we want some edge highlights or something on that. But let's experiment. I'll just leave that like that for now. And then this is gonna be like, I like the mostly silvery metal look. So we'll do like a middle gray. Oops. So let me drag my window. And some darker colors. That looks not right. Maybe? So in our reference photo, she has black pants on. We might want to make them... Oh, this is all one object. That's not ideal, huh? It was fine before, but now that we're trying to fill things in with colors, like we don't want... I mean, she could be wearing a jumpsuit, I guess, but I don't think that's what we're going for. So we'll have to separate that. Yeah, I feel like we want lighter colors. Hello on Secret Crush. Thank you for the hello. your video games are going well. It did work. Did you not hear it? I heard it. Oh, right, because it was broken for me. Yeah. I don't know why that was happening. But yeah, it worked this time. It's fine now. Thank you for the test. Yeah, I think something lighter like that works better. All right. I think that's enough for now. So next we'll draw hands and face. We'll figure out where the hands are going to go exactly and rough them in. And then we'll bring those placeholders in and finish up the rest. And then we'll go back to Mac Paint, finalize the hands and face. And I think that'll work out pretty well. We'll also probably want to put a little more detail into the fare box in Mac Paint, I think. Like, I like that in our reference image, it says fares right on it. Like, I think that'll be helpful to the player. So we will have a similar kind of sign on it. Where fares is really prominent, and probably just some little squiggles for the rest of the details since they're so small. Okay, let's discard all these colors. I'm hesitating because I guess we don't need to discard them, but I think it'll be easier for now if we do. Oh yeah, I also heard the sound on the resub alert earlier, so I didn't even realize it at the time. Okay, before we do that, let's break up this object. I'll just move these out of the way. Oh, we lost the seatbelt behind here. That might end up being obscured so much that we just... Oh, I did send it back, not front. It might end up obscured so much that we just don't bother showing it, but for now I'll leave it there. Now I'm just thinking, like, in our reference image, she's got like a button-up shirt and then a gray vest over it. That might be more detail than we care to go into, but also it is kind of nice. So maybe we want to do that. Let's try it. I don't think it'd be too hard to do that. Let's see, where do I want this polygon to start? I'm hesitating here because I'm just kind of thinking about the overlapping of these shapes and how I want to deal with that. One of the annoying things about vector art in general, I suppose. But especially here where things are difficult to edit. They don't look like much, but I guess that's kind of what I'm going for. And then like the arm shape will... Oops. Change a little bit. Let's just get rid of this. I can always draw it again if I want it. Hinton, hello. Thank you for the congratulations. Sad to report I have to go out in the rain. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Good luck out there. I wish you well. Okay, let's just redraw this again. I don't think I'm attached enough to what we had there. Can anything bad happen in the rain? Does anyone know? I don't think so. I'm gonna redraw this armrest too. It was pretty sloppy. Feels a little too... Val says, from what I've learned from Risk of Rain and Rain World, yes. Oh, okay. I'm not an expert on these things. Those do sound like much more authoritative sources for rain-based data. If you're made of sugar, you might melt. That's true. That is a concern to look out for. Okay, so let's see. So I'm trying to, like, we have a... can I get a mouse? There we go. So like this armhole, like I want to draw this. So like, you know, this shape is bigger than just the arm itself, because it's, you know, the fabric's kind of, you know, forming a bit of a gap back here. So I'm going to make this whole shape, and then we'll add another line in here where the actual arm is, basically. We'll probably add some other details later as well. Shouldn't have got turned into sugar by that witch, I guess. That might have been a bad move. Apparently in Germany, if you don't want to go for a walk because it's raining, a German will ask you, are you made of sugar, to make fun of you. That's very good. Quite an insult. Also, I find myself struggling now because I keep looking at my reference, and I'm like, wait, I don't want to look at my reference too much, because this isn't exactly what I'm drawing anymore. Which is kind of complicated. Oh, this is looking weird. Shoot. I want my old arm back. Actually, I could do that. Let's cut these. No. I'm going to take a different approach here to getting the shapes I want. Okay, so I'm going to delete that and then paste this in. Oh God, I have... Okay, let's bring to front. Let's select... Okay. And we're going to get rid of the seatbelt again. Paste that all back. Okay. So now I can just adjust this arm a little bit. That's like kind of the overall shape I want. Okay, and then I'm going to just draw on top of this. Let's add a little bit of a shape for the back leg here. Oh, this is still all one shape. That's a problem. We gotta break that up. God, this is such a pain. Oh boy. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. So now we're going to, like, we don't need this, like, we've already got a shape for the vest, so we just need a separate shape for the collar here, basically. So we can make that the color that matches the rest of the shirt. And then we need a shape that's just this leg without the whole upper body. Now I have all these layers to deal with again. So let's send that to back first, and then we can delete this old shape we're done with. And then let's see, let's bring some things to the front. Oh, this needs to go to the back again. And then these all need to go back. Okay. That's pretty good. Oh, foot's in front of the pants again. Good. Okay. That seems alright. The limited drawing tools I'm working with here kind of require me to, like, just live with certain things. Like, I don't know, like, I'm not totally happy with this, basically. But, like, it seems like it's best to just be happy with it. So let's screenshot this now. Do I have... Okay. I think that worked. Okay, screen one. Great. Okay, so now let's get rid of all this extra stuff we don't want. save that as bus driver 1. Oh, wait. There's a folder. As I was opening that, I was like, all right, we still gotta name, the game file. I kind of figured we would save that for like one of the very last things we do. And we also need an icon. So there's still more art to be drawn. Okay, let's maybe, I'm nervous about drawing a person, especially like, pixel art is tricky. It's really hard to get things like human features to look good, I guess, especially at a small size like we're working with here. So let's start with something a little easier. Let's do this little sign on the fair box here. So the fair text, and I'll figure out a way to just kind of suggest that there's some other text on the box, probably just some lines. I might end up drawing this text by hand, but let's start with something at least. Yeah, I think that's not quite what I want. But we'll start with that. So this kerning is terrible. Hello, Ace. Good to see you. Doing well? Tiny text is so tricky. Let's try making this a wider. I'd love to get at least a dot. Yeah, that looks so goofy though. Oof. Oof. Can I make this taller? Let's try making it taller. Terrible. Good evening, Puzzle. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm struggling with this text. So a tricky thing with typography is that if you make your vertical lines the same width as your horizontal lines, the horizontal lines tend to look a little bit thicker. And that's definitely happening here. Which, you know, is why these horizontal lines are a single pixel. But it's not quite what I want. Like, this is a little bit closer to what I want. But it still looks, it's not ideal. It's not terrible, but it looks a little sloppy right now, and I'm not sure how to clean it up. That just looks like an 8. That just looks like a Star Wars font. Ugh. Ah. Hello, Slat Studio. Good to see you. Amazing how Sophia Pixels can completely change the feel of a letter. Yes, indeed. Can't win. What if I made it small? I feel like if I make it smaller, it's going to be too small. I think it looks good with the single pixels at the ends. Yeah, that's probably the best of the options, I think. I still quite love it. It's almost not bad, but it's also a little bit bad. I probably shouldn't worry about this so much. I should just pick one and move on. This R bugs me as well. Just, no matter how you do it, it looks a little bit odd. I guess I'll go with that for now. It's not worth spending hours on. I probably will end up tweaking it more off stream, but we'll see. We'll see if I get used to it. So I think I'm gonna do this whole little sign in Mac Paint. Just makes it a little easier to put some detail into it. Is finishing tonight on the cards, or is Fairs going to sabotage? It might. It might. I feel like, I mean, ultimately, it's not going to be done tonight. I'll have lots of little things to do, but this might be like the last stream where we do any significant amount of work on the game on stream. Like my thought is we can get this scene done, or pretty much done tonight. And that's basically it. Like the game is more or less done. I still have a handful of little things to do, but a bunch of those might be things I do off stream. Let me look at my list real quick here. We still have some interactions I want to do on this screen after the art is finished, but we might be able to get to that tonight. I want to try redoing the point sound, but that's definitely something I'll do off stream. The icon I mentioned earlier, we will definitely do that on stream. But that's kind of like, it's not part of the game itself. And of course, I mentioned last week I'll be doing cover art for the game on stream. That's gonna mostly be like traditional media. Like I'll start out doing sketches. I'll take a shot at painting something and we'll see how that goes. So that's gonna be like a number of streams. But again, you know, not the game itself, just adjacent stuff. Geez, yeah, I thought I actually, like, I've got a miscellaneous section in my notes here that I honestly thought there was more stuff in it, but not really. I want to make sure the content warnings are up to date and correct. Oh, also, we should look at the help again. And I need to finish the credits. That I've been way behind on. At one point I decided that my initial process for adding names to the credits was I would rewatch every stream, usually the next day, and I would just like do something else while I'm watching it, and then just kind of keep an eye on chat, and whenever somebody new popped in and you know, made a suggestion, I would check if they were on the list and add them if they weren't. But then it got to be like, it was hard to keep track of who I had already added to the list. But, you know, I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anyone. So, like, I often felt like I had to check names. And I just spent a lot of time doing that unnecessarily. So I think I can figure out a slightly more automated process. But that's probably something I'll do entirely off stream because I don't think it would be very interesting. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I got just a bunch of notes and things I want to put on GitHub when we're done. That's not going to be on stream at all. Yeah, we're very, very close. Oh yeah, I was thinking about if we want to have a credits button on the end scene. I think maybe I don't want to clutter it, but we might have a reminder in text or something. Oh, and we should add that. We should update the menu on the end scene. I think currently it's just the standard menu, but it should be a menu that's closer to the intro scene. That's a very stripped down menu that's just got like options for credits and help and stuff. Maybe it'll just have credits, I guess? I don't think anything else is really appropriate at that point. Okay. Baltimore, hello! Welcome, y'all. Jeez, you must have finished pretty quickly. I was lurking at the beginning of your stream. Oh. Up on the run here. Welcome, y'all. Baltimore, Siku, Verdant Tree, Efton, good to see you. Baltimore has been playing Chinatown Detective Agency. I mentioned last week I managed to catch a full stream of that while we were on vacation, and I enjoyed it a lot. But I hope the end of the game went well and that you enjoyed it. Fairs is when you ride the bus for free. I am doing my best to finish up this final scene of our game. Right now we're working in Mac Paint, so I've been trying to do most of the art with the vector tools in World Builder, but we're going to draw face, hands, and this Fairs sign in Mac Paint. We beat Singaporean Skynet. Nice, congratulations. I'm glad to hear that. So here's the reference that we've been kind of working with. So we're doing something similar to this, not quite exact, but pretty close. Right now I'm just kind of trying to figure out, like, I zoom in. Enhance. So there's a bunch of prices on here. I'm just trying to figure out how we kind of indicate a similar... Or do we actually want to do something completely different? Because on our bus, it's basically one token. In our case, we have a transfer token, but somebody else riding the bus might have a normal fare token, but it would still be one token, right? I think. So maybe we actually have some legible text that says that? I don't know. Hello, Aurora Beam. Are you going to do era-appropriate fares? Probably not. But, I mean, this is all... It's not real. So whatever we do, I think, is era-appropriate. Can the bus driver's name be Roberta Schaefer? The bus driver's name is actually be Sharon, which is a reference to Karen, the ferryman across the river Styx, or Sharon, as some pronounce it. Both are fine, really. Little sweetie token. Hello, B. Welcome. Welcome to chat, B. Is there a definitive era? No, absolutely not. The only thing we've nailed down is that Lil Sweetie is from 99 or maybe 2000. So like the game, I guess, takes place maybe 10 years after that, approximately. But also, since this is not a real space, we can kind of go by whatever rules we think we want. So like the Little Sweetie was something our player owned when she was younger, and she has found the exact Little Sweetie that she used to own. So yeah, it definitely takes place later than when that device came out. Walked away to get cornflakes. Has my Karen idea stayed? Yes, it has. We're keeping it. Though I did enjoy Baltimore's suggestion. Whiskey Crush says, I messed around with the character creator in Bloodborne and created Cursed Amelie, like from the French film Amelie, but she's cursed. That's great. I would love to see that. Maple Mystery, hello, welcome. Yes, we are on the last screen, which, it is... I'm looking at the reference image, but y'all are seeing the actual art. So that's good. Welcome. Hopefully we can finish it today. I think it's doable, but also I'm going very slowly so far. So I'm going to experiment with just saying one token. Again, I'm going to redraw this text, I think, but we'll start with something as a guideline. I'm going to try to get this a little bit tinier than this. Had a different name for the character, but then I saw the hair options, and one of them is just literally Amelie. I'm very anxious to see this. Thanks for the shout out. I'm very excited. I'm so excited for you. I'm working on my second load screen right now. Ooh, that's fun. I enjoy little details like that. Feels like it's been a million years since I watched Amelie. Yeah, same. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, like, I want this on screen while I'm working, but also there's literally not enough room. Maybe let's do this. We'll just start with the 1. So I'm gonna start at this size, I think, and we'll see if it actually works out. You know what? I could do text that's, like my is actually the O and the N I've drawn are exactly the same as my overlay, which I think is about as small a text as you can get and still be legible and also kind of have the vibe that I like. Looks pretty decent. Realistically, only been maybe 20. Yeah, I doubt it's been literally a million years. But you never know, I suppose. Love that movie, but I actually think the soundtrack is even better. I am a big fan of Jean-Pierre Jeunet's films. I really like Delicatessen a lot. And the first one I ever saw was City of Lost Children, which I definitely really, really like. But I also have not seen that one in, I think, even longer. I am also a fan of a film he did that almost no one else enjoys. Alien Resurrection. I think there's lots of little bits of it that are extremely Genet and that I enjoy a lot. Some of the other like stuff is hit or miss, but overall I like it. I haven't seen some of his more recent films. I think I missed one or two of them. Alright, that looks pretty good. Maybe we don't need an S on this sign. Fair, 1 token? Like... Since we have the text 1 token, I feel like that actually makes more sense to just say fair. Oh, you mean second last screen. Okay, okay. Well, I still enjoy loading screens. I was trying to think if I had seen a loading screen in what I've played of the game. Just any kind of like title screens and like menus and stuff. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm a UI designer, so of course I like that stuff, right? Figure out how to get back to the main menu so I can get a decent screenshot of Cursed Amelie. Oh no. Did he do Micmacs, or is that another director, but with that one actor who's in a lot of Genet films? That is one of his, yes. I don't think I ever saw that one. I'm wondering, I feel like he's had another one since then. Oh, 2 since then. So A Very Long Engagement is the last one I remember seeing. Then Micmacs in 2009. In 2013, The Young and Prodigious T.S. Spivet. And then Big Bug in 2002. I definitely haven't seen those last 2. Also, I feel like let's see. He used to work with Mark Caro. Is that the right name? Yeah. And I feel like they made a really good team. But then they kind of split at some point. Maybe with Amelie, actually? I feel like... I feel like I liked his films better when he was working with Mark Caro in general. The alien baby getting sucked out of the hole into space is exceedingly funny to me for some reason. That's completely reasonable. Oh, I missed the previous comment. I maintain the fact that Alien Resurrection is the greatest comedy ever made. Interesting. Very interesting. Pretty sure we saw it, but I only remember its name. Okay. Like, I do feel like that it is possible that we did see it. But I, at the moment, can remember nothing about it. I feel like this T could be a little wider, but also maybe that's too wide, so never mind. I guess that's fine. I guess we'll put some little text down here, like the fine print. Let's see how it looks anyway. Maybe dotted lines? This looks too dark. I think it looked better before. Yeah, that's fine. I feel like this should have a little bit of depth to it, but I'm not sure. I guess, like, the reference image has some depth to this sign, and I like the way that looks. My vague memories were in San Francisco when we saw Micmacs. Yeah, for sure. The more you talk about it, the more I'm remembering, but I only remember the experience and, again, almost none of the film. My feeling is that we didn't, like, dislike it, but it certainly didn't seem to leave much of an impression, I guess. She could stay and see this get complete. I'm about to fall asleep at the keyboard. Good night, Slat Studio. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope you sleep well. I skimmed the plot on Wikipedia, and I recall none of it. Oh, geez. That's interesting. Let's see. How am I going to do this? Maybe the depth I'll do in World Builder in Vector Art, because I feel like this would be a little easier with vector tools. Well, let me try this real quick. That might be too much depth. Yeah, that's too much. I think maybe it just wasn't that good. Like, it was fine, not memorable at all. Yeah, I think that must be it. I'm trying to remember. Mark Caro made at least one film on his own, like, that I believe he directed. I can't remember if I ever saw that. I want to say no, but I'm not positive. certainly wasn't good as when Marnie was there. Another movie we happened to be in San Francisco and we saw it. Yes. There's another situation where, like, making this 1 pixel thick is too thin, but this seems too thick. But I think if we give this a little... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's too thick still. Love that movie, but boy, that ending was a cop-out. I do not recall the ending. Yeah, that's good. Okay. All right, now I gotta try to draw a human. I wish... So since I decided to change the pose a little bit... Oh, that's not right at all. Oh, that's not... that's the Wikipedia page for Jean-Pierre Jeunet. That's what I was trying to get to. So I decided to change the pose a little bit, so like I don't have a reference for either hand, which is a little bit of a bummer, but I feel like I can kind of rough them in, and then maybe if I'm struggling we can find a different reference. Imagine knowing a human. I cannot. So I feel like, let's see, I'm kind of holding my hand. I'm trying to picture, so like this backhand here, like there's gonna be a, oh, y'all aren't seeing what I'm doing. There's gonna be a thumb on top, exactly like that. And then you would see like a little, it might be covered up too much. This is gonna be tricky. But you see like a little bit of the palm here. Just put the pixels in exactly the right places. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna need to figure out more of this steering wheel here. So like, let's start with that, I guess. How to do this. Oops. So like here's the closer edge of the steering wheel, and then we're not gonna see too much of the like inside, but we might see a little bit of fingers sticking up here. Ugh. This is so tricky. On Secret Crush is playing Bloodborne, yes. That's terrible. I'm gonna need a reference for this, I think. It's too rounded. It's slowly improving. I'll take it. It's definitely better than it was before. Okay. Let's leave that and start on this other hand here. So, like this hand... a little bit of thumb there, and this just kind of hanging down. Can I? No. There's no settings in MacPaint. The thing I was wanting to do is occasionally I'm like clicking on a pixel that's already black, and it's, you know, that'll let you draw in white basically. And when you're doing that on purpose, it's great. But if that's not what you want, it's a little annoying. Party bus. Oh, the music is loud? I'm sorry. The levels look normal to me. But I can turn it down. How's that? Is that better? Also, why didn't I hear that scream? I'm checking on the screen. Oh, I bet I know why. Nope, that's not it. Let's try this real quick. Ah! Oh. We all heard that, right? I heard it. Scream. Scream, it's right there. It's still pretty loud? Okay, we'll keep going down. I appreciate the feedback. So I've had a lot of audio weirdness since I upgraded Mac OS, and with the setup I'm using right now, it's harder for me to judge how loud things are. And it's kind of always a little bit tricky to know how things sound in relation to my own voice. So I went down a little bit more, but let me know how that is. Also, like, you know, my own volume tends to go up and down a little bit. Maybe I just broke something with sounds in my app. It's possible. They should be working, but they're clearly not.
Hello.
See, that one's different though. It's this. It's the apps in my sound that are, or the sounds in my app that are broken, which are just the ones you do with an exclamation point. Let's see, what else do we have? Oofta. They seem to just be completely broken. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. Let's see. I think I've found a bug in my app. But if I do this... Save?
Thanks.
Oh, that didn't fix it. Okay, well, I'll investigate it another time. Don't know any explanation mark, sorry. Well, Those are the commands, but none of them will work right now, apparently. Okay. Audio, it's not easy. So true. Let's try to draw a hand again. Perfect. Is the music volume good now? I don't know if anyone ever commented on that. Hopefully it is, but I can keep adjusting it if it's not. This is terrible. Why can't I draw a hand right now? Bump it down a bit more? Okay. For me, it has been fine all along. Okay. Like, I feel like a lot of it is, it can depend on how you're listening. Headphones can be a much different experience than speakers. And, if you are using speakers, like, if it's just like your laptop speakers versus, a little fancier setup, that can make a big difference. So. Not everyone is going to have the same experience. I can't seem to draw a hand right now. I do think I might need reference in order to get this right. It's really tricky to draw with pencil in Mac Paint. I would definitely love to just draw this by hand. Like, I'd still be struggling drawing a hand without a reference. With a real pencil, but I think I could do a little bit better than this. I can't quite visualize where all the fingers are gonna go, and then also, like, let's get in a little bit more like what I'm thinking. Like, my thought is if you just kind of casually have your arm at your side, I'm trying to like it's just going to be kind of hanging loosely, right? So like your fingers are curled up a little bit, but it's kind of relaxed. So, you're getting a shape that's kind of like that. That's not the right orientation, obviously, but so like this finger you see most of, and then the rest are curled under, and then the thumb's kind of sticking out a little bit. I think that's how my hand would be hanging like this. Obviously, not everyone is necessarily going to sit the same way, but what is this shape? Oh, that's the back leg. Okay. Only listen to music professionally. Interesting. And then the other tricky thing is, like, do we necessarily want to draw, like, this is kind of a thing that comes up in any drawing of hands. Like, sometimes drawing all the fingers is a little bit too much detail. So, like, cartoons will have, let's skip a finger. I don't think we want to do that. Like, we don't want it to look cartoonish, but we do want to try to simplify it a little bit. I'm struggling with not, like, this thumb right now is like on the same line as this back leg, which I don't want. Things are just lining up in a not ideal way. Cursed Amelie's long-armed punches were no match for a hairy creature. Hello, Dronon. Thank you for the quick wave. It's good to see you, even if briefly. Or maybe just waving quickly because you didn't have time for a longer wave. But regardless, I hope you are doing well. I'm doing my best to draw a hand, and it's not going great, but we'll get there eventually. Arthur Handman. Hello, Torsten. Good to see you. Don't worry, according to AIs, that's the most difficult part anyway. Yeah. Hopefully I can manage better than an AI, at least. I think I can. I can work out a good balance between wavelength and frequency. Understood. That is tricky. Yeah, we're getting there. Hands are tricky for human artists, but at least generally human artists get the correct number of fingers. Right. Like, you know, sometimes a human artist will do fewer fingers, but generally not more, as AIs apparently love to do, which is honestly kind of fascinating. Like, I would be interested to hear an explanation of why that's such a tricky thing for this kind of image generation algorithm. I assume it has something to do with like this kind of AI doesn't really have an understanding of what it's creating. It's just kind of like my understanding of like that kind of image generation is kind of like, this is probably a bad explanation of it, but ultimately it's just kind of cycling through options until it creates something that looks similar, like has similar patterns to its like source material. So like, I guess when you're considering that, like, you know, if it ends up with a number of fingers that don't quite match, like that kind of makes sense because it's not really able to like understand the correct number of fingers. But it does still seem weird that, like, you know, it's able to get other details looking pretty correct. If there's not the correct number of fingers, it's on purpose usually. Yeah, so the human, yes. AI robot spacer, please draw one giant paddle finger like a mitten. I mean, it's basically what I've done. It's just I've put some lines in. So you're welcome. This is terrible. It could be worse though. It's definitely worse, or it definitely was worse when we started. So we'll just keep poking away at it. I do think I want to find a reference. Let's do a save. 6-7. Thank you, 6-7, for 25 months of support. Appreciate that greatly. I'm not home yet, but apparently it's my subiversary. Well, I hope you have a good rest of your journey home, and I hope you're having a good Friday. Torsten says, I think it's because the only body part with very similar patterns, fingers close to each other, and counting seems to be a challenge in general. Yeah, that makes sense. And so Crush says, I think they were talking about language generation type AI, but I saw someone describe it as a machine that doesn't know anything or understand anything. It's just able to string together words that sound like they go together. Right. Like, I'm pretty sure the image generation and like text like ChatGPT or whatever, is working on kind of similar principles as far as I understand. It's just doing it on a very different type of material. But yeah, like, my understanding with both of them is it's taking all the data it has, which is, real things people have written or drawn or, photographs or whatever, and trying to create things that have similar patterns. And I believe it like kind of cycles through like basically random options until it gets things that, look similar to its source material. Anyway, here's some bus drivers. I wonder if any of these will have an armrest. I feel like probably armrests are not typical on a bus, but that's okay. Mostly I'm trying to find, like, this is not really what we're after, but it is kind of similar. It's closer than what we're working with now. I think we could probably do better. I was also wondering if we maybe should look at... Oh, there's an armrest. If we should maybe look at, like, truck drivers also, but it might be harder to get this same angle that we're going for. There's gotta be one person that's holding their arms in the same way, right? Oh, here we go. This is getting better. It's still not quite right, but it's something. Oh, I was trying to make it bigger. But then you can't really see much of the other hand because of the angle here, unfortunately. Why count when you cannot count is my motto. I can't argue with that. Unsecret Crush says, so an image generator doesn't understand how many fingers a human hand should have. It just has an amalgamation of data about what that shape looks like. Right. My thought is just like... It's interesting that... I guess ultimately, like, it's too much detail, and like maybe part of the problem is, like, often you're not seeing all the fingers on a hand, so it's harder for it to like pattern match and just kind of get the correct number by looking at patterns. I don't know. I try and manually substitute BS generator when anyone mentions AI. I think that's reasonable. I tend to go with like large language model or machine learning as a more generic term. Just because, like, I think, a lot of people that use the term AI understand what they mean when they say that, but I feel like a lot of people think that these algorithms are intelligent in some way, because what they produce is it's can be very impressive, but I feel like calling it AI is kind of misrepresenting what it's doing. Here's a drawing that's pretty much what we want, but it's not a very good drawing, unfortunately. Well, I shouldn't say that. It is a good drawing. It's just not quite the realism we're going for. Not that we're trying to be super realistic, but slightly more so than this, I think. It's actually a pretty great drawing. Okay. This hand is kind of useful. Oh, that's a YouTube link. That's going to be... Clicking on that is probably not going to get me a close-up. Here's a flipped version that's kind of similar, but like that arm is way up more on the wheel than we want. There's got to be just the right photo somewhere, right? Here's another armrest. That's good to see. Glad to know I'm not completely making things up. This one looks pretty good, but it's also kind of blocked by the... Yeah. Still useful, though. I wish we could see more of that hand. She's got kind of her whole hand is resting on top of the wheel, which is different than what I was trying to draw. Oh, she's holding her glasses. Okay. If you scroll back up a bit, I saw a lady in a vest with her hand in her lap also. Oh, really? This one? I don't know which one you mean. I'm not seeing it. I don't see anything that looks close enough to what I'm after. I have no idea how much further down you scrolled since I read that message. Fair. I'm going to keep going. I hope it will find something eventually. This might be a slow process, and I apologize for that. I feel like it's worthwhile, though, because the drawing will come out better with less time spent. God, why can't I find one? Oh, now we're getting AI images in our Google Images. I feel like we're getting further and further away from the type of photo I'm going for here. In general. But also there's occasional ones. Yeah, almost there. Gosh. Maybe I should just work with what we have, even though they're not quite perfect. Like, I would really love an image of someone with their arm at the side the way that I am trying to draw it. Because, like, I don't think... I mean, this isn't really what I'm trying to draw here. And that's kind of the same thing, actually. In fact, we'll close that one. Hinton says, all images are just multidimensional arrays to the machine. They see color values as no different to X, Y, and opacity values. We should fear how much better they are at seeing art than us. I'm trying to think if there's another search term. Like, you know, we don't necessarily need a bus driver. Like, it could be a truck driver, or it could be just someone sitting in an office chair. But I feel like if I Google either of those things, I'm even less likely to get the kind of pose that I'm looking for. I can't think of anything better. And I could just change what I've drawn. Yeah, this is not getting us anywhere. I could change what I've drawn to match a reference image a little better. But I don't know that I want to do that. Just none of these are quite what I want. And I guess the problem with the left hand is like most of the people don't have their, like, almost everyone has that hand up much higher on the wheel. I don't know. I feel like it'll look weird if I draw it that way, though. Oh, this is not bad. This kind of gives me an idea of what that hand should look like. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's helpful. Oops. I downloaded the file that's linking to instead of the image. Okay. Now I can have that open to look at. And then the other hand, I guess I'll just look at this for reference and do my best. I will simply do what I can. Can you go take a photo of a bus driver in your neighborhood? I was thinking, like, maybe I could take a photo of Unsecret Crush sitting in the car or something. That's an option. You know, it's funny, now that I'm back here, I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad, actually. But this down here is starting to get a little sloppy. And I still, like, I feel like the way this hand is hanging feels a little bit off. Not a lot, just a little. Excuse me. Can you borrow your parents' RV for a reference photo shoot? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know where that is right now. It might not be in this state. Also, I feel like that's a little more effort than this is really worth. It's really tricky to, like, make these look like hands and not just like, it's like I'm struggling with both the limitations of low-res pixel art and also my very much out of practice drawing skills. I don't get a chance to draw much these days. I used to be kind of all right at it. I feel like I used to be pretty good at drawing people by hand. But it was never a thing I was like amazing at. I've always been a little more into stuff like Graphic design. Did I just make that worse? I might have ultimately made it a little bit worse. Really, like, this finger should be kind of tucked under more, but it's... I'm struggling. Maybe I should just call that fine. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Throw some more fingers in for luck. Keep adding fingers until it looks right. Wait, what? Okay. Things are being weird for a second there. This thumb... The thumb, like, I'm happy with the fingers now, but the thumb, it could be better. Let's do a save and then a save as. I'm gonna be able to come back here. But I think I want to, let's just get rid of this line right now. It's too distracting. And I'm going to also get rid of some of this. I just don't want to have to worry about where those things are. If it lines up weird when you drop it into World Builder, then we'll deal with that then. I'm almost happy with it. I know this doesn't need to be perfect. Like, none of the art in this game is perfect. And if it is perfect, it will look too good compared to the rest of it. But I'm trying to get it to, like, look just good enough that I'm happy with it. It's tricky to find that spot. All right. I'm gonna stop messing with that hand. Let's finish up this hand. Let's see. More fingers than say AI made it. Yeah, so we were talking about that a bit ago. Bloodborne doesn't seem like a good game for being frequently distracted by a stream, but I don't know how to save yet. I'm sure to figure it out. How are you enjoying Bloodborne so far? Or are you not really able to judge it yet? I have not ever played any Bloodborne myself. Out of all the FromSoft games, Bloodborne kind of appealed to me. At least before Elden Ring came out, that was the one that appealed to me the most. But then Elden Ring came out and I was like, yeah, all right. Like, it seemed like it was... I don't know. Might be slightly more approachable just on the merits of being their latest. So I played that a bunch and enjoyed it, but it just got... I think the problem I ran into was that I could no longer figure out how to progress. Like, it kept taking me longer and longer to make any real progression. Because, like, I kept getting to enemies that were just too difficult for me to beat. And I was meant to get some help from somebody to get past some of the things I was struggling with, but never got around to that. Maybe someday. Now I feel like, as often happens with a game I take a break from, like, it's been so long that, like, I don't know, like, with some games I'm like, well, I feel like I should just start over at this point, but with Elden Ring, absolutely not. But maybe I just need to get back into it, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what is going on down here, like... The reference image is not quite right, so it's not helping me figure out how to draw this. So I think I just gotta do my best. Maybe I'll just call that good enough. I saved Cursed Amelie to the favorite, so even if I have to start over, it'll probably be fine. Okay, that's good. Scared to go into town, but that's because I'm sure I'm going to get some wet monster while I'm looking at my iPad. Get got by some wet monster, I see. Back to honkin', of course. So another tricky thing here is like with this hand, this is easy to copy this shape as pixels, as pixel art, and drop it into World Builder. And of course the same with the fair sign. But this backhand is going to be really tricky. I could just make the whole steering wheel a pixel art shape, I suppose. That might be easiest. Because otherwise I've got, like, I gotta copy this palm and thumb, and then these two tiny little fingies sticking out here. And place them just right on top of what I already have. Now I'm like, do I want to improve this steering wheel shape? This is a dangerous road to go down, but I think I'm going to try it. Oh. I'm trying not to change it too much, but it's tricky. Yeah, it's looking a little better. All right. I'm going to leave those as they are for now. And now I'm going to try to draw a human face. We'll see how this goes. Trying to decide how to start here. The shape, like, you know, this oval is roughly the size of what we're going for, but maybe having it here is just getting in the way. I frequently wish I could get like a middle ground zoom Like, just double the pixels. For all the talking about how much I appreciate Mac Paint's limitations, I sure also talk about how frustrated I am by its limitations. It's tricky, I guess, to find the right balance. But like this... Oh, maybe... What's the best way to do this? That's terrible, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's get the overall hair shape in. Oops. Torsten says, I also like to not have all the power in my IT tools, an insight that has come with age in my case. I feel like it can be... it can be helpful in a lot of different ways to have more limited tools. Like with an art tool like this, it gives you kind of focus. Like in some ways, a lot of the tools that are available in Photoshop or another modern tool can kind of distract you from more important stuff. And I find it pretty enjoyable to work in Mac Paint. Like obviously, if I'm trying to create something in color or higher resolution or something like that, I'm gonna need something other than this. But for doing this kind of work, I feel like all the stuff in Photoshop, like a lot of it, literally don't want to use it. And just it's very focused, and it's nice to use a tool like that. Distracted by Discord messages. Someone should make art tools for the computer. I agree. I think that's maybe a thing I like about... I've mentioned before on iPad, I like a app called Pixaki. And it's got a nice balance of features. Like, you can definitely do a lot of stuff that you can't do in Mac Paint, including color. But it doesn't go too overboard. It keeps it pretty simple. Alright, let's get some more of this face in here before I spend too much time poking away at details. I'm just trying to figure out where the eye line is right now. That's a nose. Perfect. I'm done. For instance, I'm much more productive in simpler programming languages, and I use very few apps and plugins. Got it. Weird, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I went wrong. Like obviously the features are very simplified. I'm just trying to figure out like this side of the face is not right. It ended up very rounded down here. Too rounded. Weird to say this is bussin'. Yes. It is. I'm not actually sure how to... So when I'm drawing noses in a simplified way, I tend to do like a nose shape that's just like... it's kind of hard to... Do I have a sketch of a face I've drawn this way? No, that's a little different than what I normally draw, but that's not far off. Just a kind of a triangle, like a, yeah, like pretty much a triangle, I guess. A flat triangle. But I feel like this is not enough pixels to really do that. And I can't decide how I do actually want to draw it. Did anyone in chat catch a bus today? Certainly not me. I have not been on a bus in quite some time. Probably the last time I was on a bus was in San Francisco, and I have not been to San Francisco in a long time. When was the last time I was in San Francisco? I don't know. 2013? I don't know if that's right. That could be extremely wrong, but I feel like it's not super far off. And then the other thing I'm trying to figure out here is, like, the woman in our reference is wearing glasses, which I'm all for drawing some glasses, but that is additional detail to put in. However, I think I've nailed it. Perfect. Take a double-decker bus every day. Ooh, interesting. Culinary hasn't rode a bus since uni. It says, I've been on a bus every day this week, but sadly not always a double-decker. Sometimes, though. That's still pretty good. I'm trying to think if I've ever been on a double-decker bus. Possibly no? which is kind of sad now that I think about it. Oh shit. I zoomed in, which means I can't undo anymore. That's fine though. I'll just erase that. We don't need any of that. Let's maybe use the polygon tool again. Oh, I'm missing some lines that I thought I was drawing. Looks terrible, but I feel like it's maybe around the kind of placement I'm going for. Nancy Crush says, I think my college town had a few double-deckers in the tourist areas, but I can't remember if I ever took one. Torsten says, as a tourist in England, I was on such things. Or am I thinking of the converted trolleys, maybe? That sounds more correct to me. I feel like we took one of those one time, right? Hinton says, I like to sit in the driver's seat upstairs and drive the bus. Okay. So, like, the frontmost seat, like, above where the driver is, basically. And pretend you're driving. That does sound fun. Glasses need those 80s, like, horizontal reflections. Perhaps. Just remembered about the stupid trolley some rich guy paid to put on a popular shopping street in St. Louis that served no purpose, barely ran, and I think ultimately shut down within a year of launch. I remember you telling me about that. It's hard to draw. Well, I mean, it's hard to draw anything. Let's just leave it at that. I suppose if I sketched in some eyebrows, that would help. Would help us see if this is looking at all like a reasonable human. So far, it's like it's feeling too cartoony. Like, I guess it's a fine line between I'm trying to even explain what the approach I'm trying to, the thing I'm trying to get here. Like, I want it to be simplified because, you know, all the art for this game is simplified, but I don't want it to look like cartoony, like, I don't know, I feel like it's too simplified, I guess, is the problem. I don't know. So I'm struggling to both accomplish it and explain it. I think that's slightly worse. Matthew Crush says it just went back and forth along a half-mile of road, and the only reason for it to exist was because said rich dude thought it would look cool to have an old trolley line. I'm trying to figure out. Figure out anything, honestly. No, that's too wide. Pencil behind the ear. That's getting too complicated for me. I can't. With hair in front of it, that's too much to think about. I'm trying to figure out like what, like I know I want more detail in her face than what I have so far. I don't know what detail to put in. I guess ultimately I should just experiment and see how it looks. Like, for example, with this, like I don't think we have enough space to do. Well, I guess I could kind of do something like that. I was about to say I don't know that I have enough space to like draw an entire eye back there, but I don't know, that doesn't. Man, this is gonna take me forever. Why did I think there was any possibility I could finish this stream? Can your emulator enlarge the pixels, or this count as cheating? Actually, they are enlarged for me, and I mean technically for all of you. I have my emulator runs at double the size, although like its physical size is I think pretty close to what it would be on an actual early Mac. Loop Trolley is running again as part of St. Louis Metro Transit instead of a private company like it used to. Interesting. Glad to hear you're home, 6-7. Welcome back. Oh, a 2-mile line. That's sounds somewhat more useful. I guess ultimately I'm just going to keep poking at pixels. Oh, that looks... Nope. And eventually we'll get there. We should see a little bit of ear here. Just a tiny bit. A little earring. Hinton says, every novelty tram line hopes to one day find a population that doesn't want to walk from one end of the shops to the other. I guess in our reference she's got a curl of hair that's coming down here that is kind of nice. And if I can figure out a way to draw that, it would look great. Might be a big if for me though. I'm kind of skimming the Wikipedia article, but it sounds like the primary reason for restarting the trolley was to avoid having to return federal grant money, LMAO. Wow. Not because it actually serves any purpose or is profitable. That's rough. It sounds like a Parks and Rec episode. It does, doesn't it? I'm trying to figure out what else to do with this face. I'm trying to figure out how do you simplify a nose in a way that's different from the way I normally draw a nose, because I feel like the way I normally draw a nose isn't working here. I guess you can do like this is a common one, is to have kind of this line here. And then, like, I guess a little bit of this nostril. Oh. That's terrible. Can the bus driver be a self-portrait? No. Absolutely not. Sad thing is it's in a neighborhood named for a historical trolley line that doesn't exist, but installing a new trolley line involves significant construction because the original trolley tracks are long gone. It doesn't exist anymore, I mean. Got it. Torsten says, most closed anime mouths are missing the center pixels. You see only the left and right wings of the lips. Sure. The mouth I haven't really gotten there yet. This is kind of the overall like shape of the mouth I'm imagining, but not necessarily what it's gonna look like. Bus driver is a Sharon, not a Mike, right? Maybe let's try just for now at least drawing an expression that's closer to my reference. Maybe that'll be easier to create a drawing that looks like a real human being. Maybe it'll make it harder, but let's try it. Actually, like, I don't know. This might be harder. I've already given up. There's too much nuance in the way she is smiling. Like, I don't know how to draw that in the number of pixels I have to work with. I was thinking I would go with like a closed mouth smile, which I think is probably the right move. Maybe I put I tend to almost always put the facial features too high. And I think I've done it again. Oh God, I wish I could zoom out without losing this selection. I have a feeling that every stream will finish half this scene, then half finished, and so on. I think you're probably correct. Why does this look so weird? Let's redraw this line again. It's weird in a different way. Not necessarily a better one. Let's bring this all in a pixel. Excuse me. You want her to look friendly or neutral? My thought was friendly, but not as big of a smile as our reference photo. Like, which is why I was thinking this kind of, you know, closed mouth, just like a little bit of a smile. But again, this specific mouth I've drawn is just kind of an approximation. It's definitely not finalized. I haven't really figured out what I want to do with this. Computers can't do nuance. You might be right. Definitely this level of pixels isn't great at nuance. I'm just kind of experimenting with what are my options for drawing an upper lip here in None of them are really what I want. Cool thing is all this detail will really pop on the original Max 3-inch screen. It's 9-inch screen, thank you very much. Can maybe make the mouth a little less wide. Perhaps. If we fill that in. Now that it looks as like, this looks like teeth. I was like, oh, maybe this looks like an open mouth, which isn't really what I'm intending, but then I just made it look like teeth, which is worse. Cannot win. Maybe she doesn't need to have a smile at all. Pixel budget is running out. Yeah. Machine's not made of pixels, you know. A thing I often experience when drawing art is like it's so much easier to like see in my head what feels like a pretty clear idea of what I'm trying to draw, and it's much more difficult to like take that from my head and get it down on paper, even if I feel like I'm visualizing it fairly clearly. It's definitely even more true in pixel art. I feel like the general issue with that is like, even though it seems pretty clear in your head, it's not really. Like, you don't really know all the details until you're trying to draw them on paper. Ooh, maybe that's my problem here, is I'm trying to do this, like, line drawing thing, but, like, it's not even necessarily what we're gonna have in the final art. Like, I don't really know what kind of shading we're gonna do on this person's face and hands in particular. But let's look at how we drew Cameron. Oh. Okay. So, you know, with her, I've got some lines for like the mouth and the eyes, but most of the features are filled in with like this shading. So that's probably what I should be trying to do with our bus driver as well. Let's save as and do some more shading experiments here. Yeah, we definitely have a lot less space to work with. That does make it tricky. I don't know if what I'm doing is going to ultimately be very useful, but I think it'll kind of help me figure out where we're at right now. Can I do a white line? If I can, I don't know how. Oops. Let's see, I had filled in the windows like a dark black. No. Where? How did that leak in? Oh, down here, I see. It's not the pattern I meant. I think black. Well, I guess if I give it some outline, then black could work. Pants color. Like, I think black, like, obviously if we do black, we need some highlights. But I think black is too dark. And then I don't think we want to match the windshield color. This is just too... similar. So we could do maybe that. Yeah, probably that one. And then shoes could be like that. Her shirt, I'm thinking maybe we just leave it white and add like some like this color shadows. It's very much just roughing that in. Invisible pants can mean different things. Sure. Yeah, that is true. So let's see. Let's think about hair options some more. I think that could work if I give it some highlight. Like, I think back here it needs to have a little bit of a line to differentiate it from the background. Or we could just get rid of some of this headrest, maybe? In the reference, her head is further away from the headrest. But let's try other options. So, like, obviously that's terrible. That's kind of a weird clash of patterns, and then I feel like this is getting too light in color. Although it doesn't look bad. Like, we could maybe do that plus some shadow areas. Let's see. I already did a save as. I'm going to save this and do another save as. This isn't even final. I'm trying to get a better idea of what this is going to look like when it's done. That's what I meant to do. So let's do something like that. I feel like we can make that work. Can everyone else see color? I just see different patterns of dots. Maybe it's my Wi-Fi. Yeah, you might want to look into that. Looks normal to me. And then skin tone is the other question, especially because if we use a pattern, then it's going to kind of interfere with the facial features. So like it's gonna be harder to draw the detail. I wish I could, I guess we'll save. Let's fill this all in. Like that. Oh God, that's so hard to look at. Like, I don't know what it is, but when you have everything filled in with patterns and you zoom this way, it's like, it's almost harder to see what's going on. Like, I'm trying to figure out if I can do something like this, but then maybe maybe we should revert. Maybe the better way to do this is to fill in the pattern rather than filling it in solid and try to add the highlights. Although that comes with its own complications, because when we're using this brush, it'll like obliterate anything under it. You know, like in Photoshop, you could do like layers or use a multiply fill so you're not losing what's behind the stuff you're painting. But we do not have that as an option here. So I'm so not happy with any of this, but like I don't know how to get there. It's like her eyes. need, like, you know, we could just do this very anime, you know, white lenses, but like I don't really like that. I want a little more detail to the eyes, but like I'm not sure how to get that in a way that I'm happy with. This eye should be further back. I guess that's not too bad. I do think it's better than what we had. Save this. And let's try, like, I'm gonna kind of block out areas and then fill, and then I'll have to come back and get rid of this line. Maybe I should take a break. I could probably use a break. I do feel like we're slowly making progress, at least. I just tried to press Command plus to zoom in a little. That's not an option. We can't zoom in a little. We can zoom in a lot, but that's it. Okay, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, and then we will continue working on this bus driver. We'll get there eventually. See you in a few. Hello. Invisible streamer. That's me. So immediately after I switched scenes and kind of sat back in my chair, which is maybe a useful thing to do occasionally, just kind of sit back and look at what I've done. I'm even less happy with it now. I feel like the overall pose is too stiff. It's not the vibe I was going for. Mac break. That's what I need. Thank you, on Secret Crush. I wish I had time to... Oh, are none of my chat commands working? That was right. That was right. Maybe none of my chat commands are working. How did I break that? Let's try turning it off and on again. The timers have been working, right? Like my periodic... Yeah. Or have they? They were working. Did they stop? Oh, no. Oh, no. They've been working. Okay. Try Mac break again. But the games we have to choose from are the same as last time. Yeah, I think I must have somehow broke that, or something unusual is happening with my commands. But we have Pipe Dream, Toxic Ravine, and the third one. Oh, Load Runner. Load Runner. Dealer's Choice? Great, because I was thinking Load Runner. No, we haven't played any Load Runner in a bit, and that's a fun game. So unfortunately... Yes? Sure. I think that's fine. Unfortunately, when we played Load Runner before, I didn't keep track of how far I had gotten. Let's do 25 minutes. So I was thinking we'll start over, and then this time I will keep track of how far I've gotten. And then eventually someday, like 20 years from now, I'll have finished Load Runner. If you correspond with a Load Runner, is that a load letter? Yes, that's correct. Load Runner, there we go. Okay. Mike's levels. Oh, right. We tried the level creator a little bit. PC load letter. Exactly. By Doug Smith. Macintosh version by Glenn Axworthy. Okay. So we can start from any level, which is cool. Is there any way to see how many levels there are? Apparently not. Interesting. Start game. Okay. Alright, so it'll take me a minute to remember how to play this. Okay, that's how I do that, which is not what I want right now. Okay, so F and S. And I think it's... okay, L and J. Okay. F, S, L, and J, and then I goes up. The controls are a little bit weird, IMO. But, like, a Mac at the time wouldn't have had arrow keys. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I like how they call them men. I have 4 men. we just gotta get out of here. It's normal men. Have that set of caps, just wish they were smooth. Interesting. I like the shape and texture of them myself. Ooh, he had a... Oh, they both did. Sneaky. Ah, he just fell right back in his hole. Oh shit, oh shit. It's almost worse when they die. Okay, there's my escape route. I got this. Novel keys run a new set of those in different profile and 2 different colorways. Oh, interesting. I can't believe I broke my chat command somehow. I thought surely if something went wrong, it would be the stuff I've been working on, but that's all been fine so far. Oh, that's no good. Let's go this way. Too many guys that way. Colors are much clearer to you in this game? That's good. CYL Extended 2048. Interesting. I wonder if any of these guys have money on them. Let's go this way. These jerks. Jerks? Come on. Fuck. Oh, that was close. Oh shit. That was close. Nice. Wow, okay, so every time you beat a level, you get another man. That's interesting. We're up to 7 men now on level 4. So they're standard GMK keycaps that are shorter and a different shape texture that's slightly smoother. Okay. Oh, I had my hands on the wrong keys. Oh god. Oh god. Come on. I was very lucky. Okay, nobody died. This is a bad one for guy. Yeah, see, because he pops in right up there, and then there's all these arrows, ladders here, so I can't dig holes as easily. Oh crap. Oh, man. Rude as hell. Yeah, now you're... Oh, crap. He got back up. Okay. Come down here. Oh, those two guys are just kind of stuck there. That's useful. Okay. Oh, I just walked right past it. Jeez. Okay, now I gotta get way over there. I'm glad those two guys are stuck. That's interesting. Now they're coming for me. Alright. Can't believe a character from Murder Club program Lode Runner. Glenn Axworthy. Is that the same name? Is that literally the same name? It is, isn't it? Time for me to vanish for the night. Everyone had a rad evening. Robot Spacer, I'll sync up with you tomorrow for timing stuff. Yes. Thank you, Silver. Appreciate you hanging out and I hope you sleep well. If one played Lode Runner for long enough, they'd certainly be primed for murder. Perhaps. I pressed the wrong key. Oh, God. I like when they climb out of the hole they're in and they're like, no, actually, I'll go back in there. Oh, jeez. That guy's stuck down there and that's a problem, because I need to go down there. Okay. Nobody die, please? Nobody die. Thank you. Nice. I'm doing good. Lode Runner was more popular in Japan. That explains why the sequel is on MSX. Interesting. Got 9 men, level 6. We're doing great. This is a complicated one though. Oh! I forgot about those. Sometimes there's blocks that are like... you just fall right through them. Oh, crap. Okay. Nope. I did not do that correctly. Is the correct way to do this? Oh wait, can I do this? No. Yeah. I need to go all the way down there. Let's try from this direction. I think this might work better, or maybe it'll work exactly the same. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh god, there's so many guys. This level is very hard. Oh! Glad there's no one down there. I'm so close. Come on, everybody. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get... Yeah, that's too dangerous. Okay, so let's draw them up here. Oh, why'd they go back that way? These guys are not very smart. I'm just going to assume that I have to drop down from up here. Oh, I was wrong. Okay. Alright. Now how do I get those last two? I feel like it's going to be more complicated than you would think. Oh, and he's got... Oh, you... Wait. Oh, somebody else has one. Crap. don't have my ladder out yet. Okay, there's one there. Yeah. Nice. Oh, God. Oh, he's gonna die and go back up. Crap. Okay, he's over there. All right, I got this. Yes. This is kind of a tense game. Oh God, we still have 10 minutes to go. For a second, I was like, oh, I haven't been looking at my timer. I've been so focused, I'm probably out of time. Yes, it is a good thing there's no fall damage. Can't believe these computer constructs from the 1800s are not very smart. Okay. This one looks... I bet there's a bunch of blocks that I'm going to fall through. It looks too easy compared to the last one. Oh, I have to fall down to get that. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Nice. Only I could jump. Okay, is this it, or does somebody have another one? Okay, that's it. Great. Crap. Oh, no. Rude. Oh, so rude. What do you think these enemies are? Are they robots? They look like either they're robots or they have like some kind of helmet on. On the cover, they're robots? Okay. Oh, crap. Fingers in the wrong spots again. This is a tricky one. Oh. Oh, that guy in the middle's got one. That's rude. Oh, that's rude. Is there anything scarier than men in helmets? I don't think so. No! Try that again. It's on the Wikipedia page? Okay. Like many of the games I had from childhood, I do not remember ever seeing a box of any sort for this. How am I going to get down there? All right, now this middle guy. I bet my ladder is also going to appear in the middle here. Yep, I knew it. Oh, that's fun. It's a little castle. Okay. A lot of digging to do here. Oof. So if you drop down here, you're pretty much dead. You're 100% dead. There's no way out of there. I think I might start with getting this one and this one. Ooh, of course we have some traps to worry about also. Oh crap. The owing I was just doing was like, if I come back here and there's guys down here, then I'm screwed. So I need to get these guys to stay over here somehow. Oh, I'm stuck. Whoops. I was too busy worried about future problems that I wasn't thinking enough about my current situation. Oh, I'm just gonna be here forever. We have to abort man. Bummer. So these guys start out like running towards this trap and coming down here. I think I need to wait as long as I can for them to follow me. It's tricky. Oh crap. Oh no! I can't get out. This one's gonna take a while. I'm just gonna focus on figuring out how to do this. And then I'll worry about my guy problem later. It's not gonna work either. Maybe I shouldn't be worrying about... Like, my thought was, oh, I'll dig down here and get this, and then I'll come to this ladder and go down and get this. But maybe I shouldn't even bother with that. Maybe I should just grab this and come out this way. Did the bus driver get finished? Absolutely not. We are taking a break. We're taking a Mac break. We'll be getting back to the bus driver in about 5 minutes. I screwed it up again though. I cannot get out of here. I'm gonna use up all my men on this. Let's try this. Crap. No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. What was I doing? I think it was this. Yeah, that's the way you do it. Okay. I just gotta not fall down there. Okay, we did it. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm dead. Oh wait. Well, that's interesting. Why is he going that way? So maybe I could trick them into... Okay, now I'm dead. It's fascinating, like... Oh, yeah, go that way. Do that. Okay, so we can maybe... I guess, like, if you're coming up from the ladder towards them, they will go up, which is really interesting. And, pretty advantageous. Okay, I was trying to figure out if there was a way I could get both of those at the same time, but I could not figure it out. What is this guy gonna do now? I wonder if he's just gonna keep looping around. Yeah. Okay. So if I wait until he's right here, I can get past him. Okay. Shit. That was a mistake. That might have been a mistake. Okay, I'm good. Whew. Oh, and we're out of time. Up to level 10. Not bad. So let's see. I'm going to take a screenshot to remind myself. Let's see. We can't save, right? It'd be nice if we could. Oh, we can get an extra man at any time, so we can basically... we can get back to exactly where we are really easily. It'd be nice to start out with the same number of men next time, so it feels like I'm continuing my game. Oh, that's me. 46,275. Not bad. Thank you for sponsoring this Mac break on Secret Crush. I enjoyed it greatly. I hope you did. Oh, I should put Glider on the list. Why didn't I do that? Alright. Not World Builder. Mech Paint. You like the bleeps and bloops? Good. So, bus driver. I'm thinking about what I can do here to make this to make this closer to what I was trying to accomplish. Like I was saying, I feel like the pose is a little bit too stiff. It's funny, like I was trying to create a more casual pose than the reference image, but I ended up making it even less casual. Like, she's just sitting up extremely straight. Like, this arm down is not the... Like, I feel like the problem is, like her shoulders are too far forward. Like, her shoulders aren't relaxed. So I feel like I could maybe redraw this arm, move the shoulder back a little bit, and just kind of relax this arm in general, and not have to change too much else, and kind of get closer to what I was going for. So maybe I'll do that. I think before I do that, I'm going to experiment with her face a little more, though. Maybe add a patch to the arm if that would work. Perhaps. Like on the elbow kind of thing. The other problem I'm trying to figure out is her expression is very like... I would say it's maybe somewhere between disinterested and annoyed. I was trying to go for, like, initially I had like a very slight smile. And I wanted to, kind of convey that, like, a little bit of a smile, like a little bit welcoming, but not like too big of a smile, I guess. And I'm struggling with, like, if I curl up the end of this mouth, it just looks goofy, and I don't know. I don't know how to do this in a way that doesn't come out looking goofy. Unless I do that. But then, like, there's no upper lip at all, and that just has a different look than what I'm after in a different way. I don't know. That's not the worst thing in the world, but it's still not great. Tweak the eyebrow shape a little to soften it? Yeah. Let's maybe do over the eyebrows. That's too thick. Is this... I guess it is a little bit different. It's interesting, like... I'm trying to figure out what's the difference between drawing with a pencil and drawing with a paintbrush with a single pixel brush shape. And it's different. Like, drawing with this, you don't get any, like with the pencil, it's very easy to get this kind of, like, doubled up pixels here. So, like, this line looks thicker. But you don't get that with the paintbrush. So it's like a different algorithm to draw the line, which is interesting. Maybe this is easier. No. Nothing is accomplishing what I'm going for. What am I... What am I doing wrong? Why does everything look bad? Can someone teach me how to draw? I seem to have forgotten. Seem to have forgotten what little I knew about drawing. There's more personality coming through now? Okay, good. Thank you. I feel like another problem is the top line of the glasses is too straight. But that's... Well, okay. Maybe that's fine, actually. That looks significantly better. We're getting there. Like, it's tricky to do anything subtle with this resolution. But just like, you know, the top of the glasses is relatively straight, but there's, you know, a lot of variation in it. But I think that's pretty good. That's how to draw? Thank you. It says I already... Oh, I missed your previous comment. Simple. End the game with the same number of points as your opponent. I see. Got it. I already told you about correctly placed pixels. What more do you want? I suppose you're right. Maybe give her anime-style half-moon glasses. Oh, so like get rid of the top. I think what I've got is pretty good. I think I'm happy with that. With the glasses. Not not most of the rest. But we'll get there. Save is fine. Add sunglasses you can superimpose as an item to do the deal with it meme. I mean, we could do that. I'm trying to think about shading here, but maybe that's getting ahead of myself. My thought on the shading is that we'll just do a little bit of gray, like this middle gray shadow. We're getting there. I'm almost starting to be happy with this, actually. Let's do a save as. Because I want to try putting in some more shadows here. This is... working with the brush is a little bit weird. Like, I should be getting a pixel there, but it's like I don't unless I go past it. Too much shadow. Maybe that's a little better. I feel inspired to put colorful keycaps back on my keyboard. Ooh. I'm trying to figure out like I feel like the hair is too flat, but I'm not sure how to change that in a way that will look good. And I was also thinking about like maybe we should see a little bit of her ear. Let's see, her ear would be something like that. I'm not going to show that much of the ear or that, obviously. I'm just trying to figure out where it would be. Maybe back further? Maybe this earring should be bigger. I thought maybe if I made it bigger, I could make it more clear that it's an earring, but I don't know that it's helping. Maybe that's okay. Yeah, like I feel like I need to put some lines in the hair, but not like that. That looks terrible. Like I think maybe if I use the paintbrush and maybe this gray. I so wish I could just get like 2 times zoom. This isn't a big enough area. The other thing is, since I'm putting highlights around the edges here, like I ultimately need to select her whole head as a complete shape without any background and drop that into World Builder. So I maybe need to take what we filled in of her face and put that back into a file where we didn't add the background textures yet. I mean, I had always planned to back up to that state before working more on her face, but like definitely having stuff filled in just kind of helped me visualize things better. Also, like, now that I'm looking at this, like, her face looks pretty good. Like, I'm pretty happy with it, but now, like, everything else just looks so flat. You know, I did intended to put some shadows in. I'm sorry to worry, like, that her face is gonna stand out too much, but I guess that's okay. Looking good? Thank you, F-Tom. What? What is the cooldown on Mac Break? Hinton, what game would you like me to play? It's my fault, so I'll go with it. Again, we have Pipe Dream, Load Runner, and why is it so hard to remember three things? What's the third one? Pipe Dream, Load Runner, and Toxic Ravine. And also we do have Glider. Load Runner? Okay, great. We'll play more Load Runner. You were close to finishing? I mean, we'll get there. It's fine. We'll do 22 minutes this time. I'm very bad at Glider. Okay, so start game from 10. Oh, wait. Yes. Oh, I don't... That's not necessary. I got 0 points. Okay, 10. Oh, that's rude. Okay, fine. I just want to continue where I was. We won't be able to get a high score, but we can get some extra men. And now I am exactly where we left off. Do you see the pants mod for Cosmo and how far it's come along? Yes, I have seen it. It is quite a sight to behold. There's so many pants in that game now. It's incredible. Is that pants in the American or the non-American way? That's the American way. Julia Minamata was upset by the sight of Cosmo's nude body. And she found it difficult, if not impossible, to enjoy the game. So there is now a mod available of the game where almost everything has pants on it now. What is the non-American way? Great question. Oh, rude. There's only 2 enemies on this one. Underpants, of course. Right. Didn't we hear this one already? I guess that's probably normal. I can't remember how many songs are on this playlist, but I feel like it's maybe a couple hours at most. Walked right into that, literally. Gonna pull the trousers on us. I don't know why, but both times that has happened now, I've seen the guy start to come up and I'm like, if I just hurry, I'll be fine. That's absolutely not true. Like, if he's up a little bit and I fall on him, I will die. I think maybe the problem is, like, you know, if a guy's in a hole and you walk over him, it's fine. So my brain's like, this is a similar situation to a thing I'm used to doing safely all the time. And just like, you know, I don't have long to decide how to react. And apparently it takes my brain about that long to realize I'm not doing a thing that is safe. Okay, we got it this time. Now I just got to get those two that are way down there. That's a lot of digging to do. That was rude. Oh, there's one up here. Somebody must have dropped that? Oh, that was rude. Get out of here, man. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. I thought he was going to get me. We did it. Now I just got to get out. Come down here. Hey, Mac. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh boy. This is what's the trick here? This is too easy. Is that? Oh, what? How do I? What? Oh, okay. The trick is these guys got a bunch of money. I got to get out of them. Shit. Oh crap. Oh no, that's nope. Oh, I got very lucky there. Okay. Okay, we got more ladder now. Let's lure everybody down here. Is this gonna work? This might not work, but I'll try it. I think, yeah. Okay. This might be enough though. Oh crap, oh crap. Okay, we got it. Okay. I don't know how many levels there are in this, but I bet it goes quite high. Like, my feeling is there's probably at least 99. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh. that all of them? We good? Okay. I couldn't remember if that ladder went all the way up before. Oh god, this is scary looking. Also, I don't know if it's come up yet, but this, these solid line floors, you can't drill in those. So that's scary. Oh, why do they have to come out there? That's the worst. Oh, God. Oh, crap. Okay. Fuck you. That's so mean. Oh, okay. Vibes. So I'm gonna get the ones up top first, because those are harder, clearly. I was not expecting that. I don't know why. I did that accidentally, but now I just gotta wait. Oh, wrong fingers. Well. Please hurry. Thank you. God, this sucks. So I kind of think for all of these, I might need to just fall all the way down like that. Although, I guess that case I don't need to go all the way up. Okay. I think this isn't as bad as it seemed for a minute there. Also, to clarify, if there's a fall-through block like this, I can't just get off here. Like, I won't grab it. I have to fall down. Oh, is this? Okay. Oh, interesting. I just had to touch the top? Oh, no! Oh, no! I don't like this at all. Yeah, nope. No, thank you. Oh. Oh, shoot. I goofed that up. How did I not get that? There we go. Oh. Okay. Oh. It's fine. Okay. We're getting there. Can't tell if that's the last one or if somebody's carrying one. Also, how do I get that? Can I just do this? Okay. Again, I don't know if I'm done. I guess I'll simply go to the top and see if I win. Oh. I bet someone has one. Which is going to be a huge pain. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Okay. Don't pick that up, please. Sir? Sir? Sir, please don't pick that up. Thank you. Come this way. Is that it? Yes. Okay. Automod. Oh, that was actually good. Thank you for angering Automod. That actually came up in my app, which is a thing that I was wanting to test. Let's attack Automod. I mean, if you want, you can. I'm not going to stop you. Does your app have a name? Yes. I'm not going to tell you it yet, though. All will be revealed in time. It's coming along pretty well. Obviously, I still have some bugs to fix. But I'm able to use it for... Like, it's what I've been using to read chat during my streams, and when it's working, it handles my chat commands and stuff. And it makes it easier for me to set up all my stream info, especially since, you know, I switch games back and forth every time. Just kind of streamlines a lot of little things. Ooh, that was close. All right. Oops. Oops, 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 oops. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I don't like this one. Like, it doesn't look that hard, I think, because it's relatively simple and there's only a couple of guys, but I think it's going to be terrible. Okay. Oh, yeah, I don't like this. Okay. Oh, nope, I'm dead. What? I actually I can't figure out how to get these bags and then get out. Because, like... If I... I wonder if this is a situation where I have to get those last. Because if the exit ladder appears over here, that would solve my problem. Like, even if I dig out this block here, like that just lets me come up here, right? There's no way I can think of to get back on this brick level here because the ladder doesn't go up high enough. And I was like, geez, do I need to like dig out all this? But even that wouldn't help me. There's no way to get back up. Because this ladder doesn't come all the way down. So yeah, the exit ladder must appear over here. So I have to get these 5 and then go down here. Have been showing your progress of the port of your game onto Playdate. I have not worked on it in a while. I decided that I would focus on finishing this version. And once I'm done with that, I will do at least one stream where we work on the Playdate version on stream. But then I'll start working on it more regularly off stream. Because like I said previously, I don't plan to stream all of the development of the Playdate version. But some folks have been interested in Playdate dev streams, and I think it'd be fun, so I'll do some of it. But yeah, the current plan is we'll finish up this version, and then I'll start doing streams of working on the cover art. Actually, I did that again. I did the same thing again. Might take a break from cover art to get started on Playdate dev. We'll see how it goes. I'm also very curious how long the cover art is going to take me to finish. Okay, so like, here's the trick. Is that all of them aside from the ones that are down there? I don't know. I think it is, but I'm not positive. Whew. Okay. Why did they? That's just mean. That's so mean. Okay. Oh, we have 30 seconds left. I'll do one more. Oh. Oh, my score's so good, and yet I forfeit my high score opportunity. Why does it say ASC? Or there's someone's initials, perhaps. I feel like there's going to be a trap here. Oh, there's not. Oh, crap. That's almost worse. If this guy would leave me alone, it wouldn't be so bad. Have a trap? Probably not, because it... Oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? No one will ever know. Oh, you rude little man. We got this. We're doing this. Okay, so I don't have to worry about the guy on the left because he's got a trap. Okay. I'm just gonna get back out of here. Ooh, that was close. Whew. Level 18. Pretty good. 59,375 points that will not go on the high scoreboard. Thank you, Hinton, for sponsoring this Mac break. I hope you enjoyed your second round of Lode Runner. I'm now going to the channel point reward settings to look at what the hell cooldown I put on that. "45 minutes. What was I thinking?" And there's no limit on it either. I'll just change that. Okay. I think maybe I had intentionally done that for the day that I first added it. But I definitely didn't mean to leave it that way. Remembering suddenly you maybe turned off limits for a special reason, perhaps. But I forgot when and why. Same. I like this little icon. Good little dude. Alright. Oh, it's 1:30. No, we'll do a little bit more. Let's see. I'm trying to remember what I was going to do here. So let's go back to this. And I think where I was at was wanting to get this face onto a version before we had filled in so much of the shading, particularly the window behind her. Oh, that looks weird. Is that? Oh, okay. Interesting. That should be okay. Thank you, Culinary. Start a run of a Star Rail challenge instead of getting ready for sleeping, which is probably a mistake. Probably. So that's not far enough back. Let's try 4. Nope. 3? There we go. Okay. Definitely a big improvement from this. Oh, I guess we need to erase some of that. Or this would be easier. We can just close this shape here. I think that's right. And then I had decided to change this headrest. So I have to redo that in World Builder itself, but I'll get it out of the way for now. Nuclear Monster. Thank you so much for 3 entire months of support. I appreciate that greatly. Okay, so what I wanted to do here was to get some highlights in her hair. And ideally kind of suggest curls a little bit, but I feel like that's going to be tricky. So I'm mostly going to focus on getting some highlights in that look good. But we'll see what we can do. Let's try this brush. The tricky thing here is, like, you know, this is getting a highlight on this edge, but we need to have a solid line outside of that, or the color is going to bleed through. Like, I guess that's okay ultimately, but we can have more control over how it bleeds through if we just draw our own line. Do I maybe want a little bit of white even? I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. Oh, I use my deliveries app every day. Thank you. I appreciate that. Glad you find it useful. Like, I would love it if I could just keep this in the background and as like a vector. If I worked in Super Paint, I think I could do that, but I guess at this point I'm just being goofy about not using Super Paint. We're almost done anyway, so I think, like, at this point I don't want to get used to a different program right now. Previously I was avoiding it just because I was worried that, you know, having more advanced tools would kind of affect the artwork. And I've been trying to, like, not stray too far from our original art. I feel like I'm kind of doing that anyways, but I think that looks pretty all right. So that's kind of how it'll look when it's done. Maybe the white is too much. Too much highlight. Let's see if we I'm trying to think how I could make this look a little curlier. Don't really know. I'm just kind of rough, like I can't figure out what I want to do on this side. So I'm just kind of roughing in ideas here. think, well, stay in the lines this time. I think we'll start with that, but then... Oop. Why are we beeping anyways? Is this the final boss in Load Runner? Yes, it is. That's better. I like it a lot more than what we had before. Let's take that and drop it into World Builder. And I want to adjust that arm like I was talking about. Oh, this... We're going to have to copy that with Super Paint. Actually, cancel. Let's do a save as. What number were we up to? 8? Okay. Shambling Undead. Hello, welcome y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by again. It's great to see you. Hope you had a good stream. Ooh, playing Shadowgate NES again. Nice. Did you beat it? That's the real question. Let's see. I popped in sometime recently and you were at the well. So I feel like, to me, that felt like kind of a halfway point. So I bet you did get to the end. Gotten late, you better get to bed. All right, 6-7. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Let's see. What am I doing here? Trying to find that file we were just working on. So we're working on a game in System 6 for Macintosh here. Been working mostly in Mac Paint and World Builder, which is a game for making point-and-click adventures. Oh, you forgot to throw up your raid message. That's rough. I can definitely relate to that. Let's see. Bus driver 8. This is the second time I've had to draw a human being in this game, and I think I'm doing all right. I'm not 100% happy with it, but we're getting there. Did that paste? It's hard to tell. Okay, yeah, it did. I'm just copying some. I've been trying to do most of the art in World Builder, which has mostly vector drawing tools. But for more detailed things like faces, I've been using Mac Paint. And sometimes Super Paint a little bit. Hello, Socks555, welcome. Very good raid message. Okay, World Builder. So let's see. Wait. I have 3 of these now? I think we can safely delete our old ones now. We don't need that anymore. And I think this is our good one. What was this one? Oh, was this the colored one? No? Okay. I don't know why that exists. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. I think we'll start to fill in some of these colors now. I don't see any reason not to, I suppose. Kind of lose that line there with that filled in. Let's see. I wonder if the line isn't going to be visible this way either. Just because of the... Sometimes with these patterns, like... Yeah, if you have a line that falls in just the right spot, you can't really see it because it just becomes part of the pattern. Oh well. What if we made this a little darker? Yeah, okay, I like that. So I don't think I've asked this previously, but what kind of game is it that you're working on? Okay, so World Builder is designed to create a type of game that I guess ultimately it's pretty similar to the Mac Venture games like Shadowgate. So you have like you know, different windows, and you can click on things. In this, instead of like clicking on verbs, you can actually type some commands. And like as far as the game we're making, it's a little bit tricky to describe, but it's been made almost entirely on stream. And when I did the first stream of this, I was like, I'm not gonna think of anything beforehand. I'm just gonna start stream, and we'll ask for suggestions for our initial scene, and we'll take the suggestions and vote on them to pick our starting scene, and we'll just build a game out of it from there. So the suggestion that won was, I'm trying to think of the actual wording. Oh right, a bus stop in purgatory. Specifically was the suggestion that won. I don't know if you've seen our, let's see, I can open up our starting scene. Speed this up a tiny bit. Bus stop. So this is the first scene we drew. And then we just expanded from there, like having no idea where it was going at any time. Over time, I started to get an idea of like what I wanted to do with it. So basically, you start off at this bus stop and you kind of can't remember why you're there. So kind of figuring out why you're there and what you need to do is part of the game. So I will try not to spoil things too much. But you have a small area to walk around in. There's a house nearby. There's like a closed up storefront, and some areas around the house that you can explore, and inside the house as well. And basically, things are a little unusual. There's some things you remember from your childhood around. And basically, your goal is to start to make a little bit of sense of it all and figure out how to get out of here. And eventually, you will get onto the bus and leave, which is the scene that we've been working on. Hopefully, that gives you a little an idea. It's hard to think of how to explain it without spoiling too much. Obviously, since we've streamed most of the making of the game, people that watched every stream have already had it thoroughly spoiled. But I've been trying to not be too detailed about things since we're getting close to the end of wrapping things up here. Okay. So, like the Sierra Black Cauldron game. Yeah, a little bit in terms of like interactivity and stuff. I haven't actually played that one myself, but definitely like has a little bit of a feel of early Sierra games, I think. Okay, let's get our face in here. Hopefully it'll be fun. I'm pretty happy with how it's come out. But it's tricky to judge what other people will think. Especially since it's had such a... We chose a very odd way of creating it. And I'm a little bit worried. This placement is not right at all. Well, I guess ultimately there's lots of little things I'm worried about. I'm worried it'll be too easy or too hard, or maybe both in different ways. Okay, so I think if I modify this, I can get the shape I want without having to redraw it, maybe? That's pretty good. It says I've been ignoring any game details discussed on stream, especially the ones I've contributed to. Great. Shambling Undead says it makes me super excited because there's a show I watched a few months ago that has a similar premise, and I wish there was more of it, but I don't know if there will be a second season. Interesting. What show is that? Do I regularly make video games? That is a tricky question to answer because I would say yes, but also I have not really ever released a video game. Ever since I was a kid, I would say pretty much starting with when World Builder originally came out, or at least when I first played with it, which is probably around maybe 87 or so. Ever since then, I've been experimenting with making games. And some of those ideas I've put like a huge amount of time and thought into. But I always get kind of caught up in the details, and like I've always had much grander ideas than I was really capable of finishing. So it always kind of ends up like I just spend a lot of time thinking about things and making some little like example art and maybe a little demo that you can click around in. Like I've definitely made multiple demos where you can just make a little guy walk around. And I've showed up a couple of my more finished ideas in the past. I made a game called Beaver Pelt Man in a HyperCard, where you're trapping beavers through various levels. That one included a lot of art borrowed from Dark Castle, which is a series that I was very into for early Macintosh computers. And I also made a Dark Castle 3 demo, and I made a game called Pump It Up, where you're bungee jumping off a bridge with shoes that were popular at the time, called Reebok Pumps, where there's like a little plastic basketball on the tongue of the shoe, and you press that to inflate the shoes. So you have to inflate your shoes just the right amount and bungee jump off the bridge, and hopefully the bungee cord doesn't break and you don't slip out of your shoes. That was a very simple, goofy game that was actually finished, surprisingly, but never really released other than I think my dad showed it to some people at work. And then in much later years, around 2000, gosh, that's so long ago now. But some friends and I got hired to make a demo of a children's game, which we spent a lot of time on, and it turned out really well. But they weren't able to get funding to make the full game, or at least not when we were still available to work on it. So yeah. This is gonna be like the first thing ever released that like I don't know, actually felt like a release, I guess. I have posted let's see, I should share this. I've put some of the games I was talking about on robotspacer.software, but they're actually not the finished. I did some polishing up of both of those games recently, but you can play them in your browser. I don't know that I would necessarily recommend either of them. But Pump It Up is very simple, and Beaver Pelt Man is extremely hard. It's got some fun art that is mostly not mine. School Spirits. Okay, interesting. I have to write that down. Eventually, I'll put the more polished version of those games up. Especially Beaver Pelt Man, I put a lot of work into making it more reasonable to play. It's still pretty bad, but I was able to make some improvements, and eventually I'll post the newer version. Pump shoes were awesome for thrill parks. They stay on your feet and add compression so you don't black out. Oh, interesting. Hello, B Squad leader. Welcome. Sounds like a nice variety of games. I'm sure you learned a lot even if they haven't all been finished. Yeah, like it was always like a worthwhile experience, I think. And I basically taught myself how to program through doing little stuff like that. And I learned a lot about just how to make things, how to make little programs and stuff like that. And you know, I had fun, so that's the most important part. Reminds me of that scene in Austin Powers where he pumps up the shoes till they explode. I don't remember that. I had them myself. Yeah, I don't know that I could should really explain how they worked. I don't know that they were useful, for me at least. Maybe for other people they were useful somehow. But it was a fun gimmick, that's for sure. I'm trying to think of what we should do. I should wrap things up soon. I guess I'll go ahead and fill some of these colors in as well, just so we can get a better idea how this is coming along. So the steering wheel we're going to replace with a pixel art steering wheel. Oh, right. The whole thing I was going to do in here was adjust this arm. So I was trying to give her a more relaxed pose, but I feel like I ended up kind of doing the opposite of that. And I feel like a lot of it is like her shoulders feel too far forward, so I'm going to try to make her shoulders more relaxed, so move them down and back a little bit and just kind of bring this whole arm down a tiny bit. So I think in order to do that, it'll be easiest if I draw on top of it. Let's close this. Closing it is the only way to save it. Air bladders between the inner and outer layer of the shoe. You force air into it, and you can let the air out with a valve. Right. Also in my game, there's a little button on the side of the tongue that you can press to let the air out. I believe the representation of the shoes is reasonably accurate in my game. Mine were not Reebok, but they were pretty sweet. Nice. They were useful at increasing your ratitude. Agreed. Pump shoes are more of an orthopedic therapy thing, like for folks with diabetes. Got it. That does make sense. So I think we want this hand to be in roughly the same spot. Maybe we'll start slightly back. I'm going to mostly just kind of be moving this shape, but like this back part, I need to adjust how it's drawn. So I figure it's easiest to just draw a new one. This is going to be tricky. I might have to adjust the shape of her back. I guess I can delete this now. I don't know what happened up here. It's not what I intended. Let's see if I can tweak this until it looks better, and then I can redraw it after the fact to perfect it. Maybe. I think that's a little better. I really wish it was easier to compare. I guess ultimately that's probably the best I'm gonna get without more significant redrawing. And I don't think I want to completely redraw it or anything like that. I don't think that's necessary. I mean, again, this doesn't need to be perfect. If it's too perfect, it'll it'll stand out too much from the rest of the game. I'm trying to decide if that's good how it is, or if I should go over it one more time. Let's try going over it again. I feel like we lost a little detail from what we had before. It'd be nice to get back in. I kind of altered the shape of that a little bit more than I meant to. Nope, that's not what I wanted to delete. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm going to add a line here. Oh, stop. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's much better, I think. Love the sound effects in the Beaver Pelt Man game. I think all the sounds are from Dark Castle. With one exception, when he says, "Look at all those beavers," that's me. But yeah, the sound effects in that game are great. Also, that was released by the same company that released World Builder. So some of those sounds are in World Builder as well, which is kind of fun. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do anything else tonight. It's probably a good point to stop. But let's drop our hands in here. It'd be nice to get all the art we made tonight together, even if it's not quite final. I'm sorry, Hinton. My app is broken somehow. None of my commands work. I'm gonna have to poke at it and figure out what's wrong. It's fine. Let's see. Artwork. Oh, right. This doesn't have... I'm not sure if we changed the hands from that one. Okay, they look the same. I guess we'll try adding a little shading on the hands real quick. So... In case you were wondering, I check the site at least 2 times a week. 2 times a week? Oh my gosh. The no social media world rocks. Yeah. Like... I feel like it's probably a good move. But... I don't know. I guess ultimately I've gotten... Like, there's positive things about social media, and I've gotten too attached to those positive things. For better or worse? Probably worse. Tricky. I think what we had before was better. Yeah, something's not right. Maybe this is better. Yeah, I think that's a little better. Perfect. I don't know. I keep going back and forth on whether or not I want more or less shadow. Like your hand is kind of like a little bit turned under. So like I feel like it would be mostly shadow on the bottom part of this hand here, but I don't know. No matter how I do it, it looks a little weird. There's a Bandai Namco Gashapon shop in Troy now. Interesting. Is there sun in this world? That's actually a good question that I don't know the answer to. There's definitely a source of light outside. Is that the sun? I don't know. I think maybe it's just light that comes from somewhere. Just open this weekend. Ooh. I'm gonna have to go check that out. Sounds kind of fun. Imagine fog for some reason. Like, whenever we draw the outdoors, it's been kind of like everything fades into a black void. So you can't see very far away. But things that are close are pretty well lit. So I can't explain why things look this way, I guess, but I think I've been consistent about it at least, so that seems good. I would say there's no sun. Like if you look around up in the void above you, you are not going to see a sun. But there is definitely light coming from somewhere. All right. I'm happy enough with these hands. Let's drop them in there and how are we going to do this? Let's copy this. And then we're going to have some pixels to clear off of that first. I suppose we'll want to add some shading to the steering wheel, but I'm not going to worry about that right now. Okay. What if this were a side story prequel to a future Robot Spacer game? That is an interesting thought. So here's the thought that I've had along those lines is that what if I make a series of games all set in the Little Sweetie universe? So maybe there's not really much of a connection between these games, but they all have Little Sweetie products in them. I very much like this idea, and I think this is, if I make more games, this is something I will strongly consider. I copied those things, right? And I definitely want to make more games. And I like having weird little pieces of technology in my games. I mean, like in games that I play. So like, I definitely want to put them in games that I make as well. The Sweetieverse, exactly. Can't wait for the Sweetie 64 to release. All right, what was the last thing we copied? Oh no, it's over here somewhere. Okay. Oh, right. Well, so this doesn't line up with the arm I've drawn in the same way, but we'll make it work somehow. It'd be better if we put this on top. We can always go back and adjust things in MacPaint if we need to. I will probably end up fussing with this off stream. Okay, now I'm gonna delete this. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I suppose I need to fill in the center of the steering wheel also. I'll just make that black. Well, I guess there should be something in the center of the steering wheel. Like we're mostly seeing the side of it, but like the way I've drawn it, it's like completely open in the center, which doesn't seem right. Not sure about this placement. I'm trying to center it on the steering column and also get the hand to line up. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's color some more things in here. Oh, that's the armrest. Right. So that'll be black. And this we're going to make gray. And her pants, I think we decided on this kind of gray. Gonna lurk while I get food? All right, enjoy your food. I should probably stop, but I am a little bit tempted to, like, we could go just a little bit longer and pretty much finish this up. This makes me wonder what the first bus driving sim was. I know there are a bunch of them now. That is a good question. It is 2:15. I should probably stop. I just had the thought, where does the coin go? Where do you put your token? I guess you could maybe put it on top, but I feel like maybe we should move this down. I kind of meant to draw a thing that looked like a coin slot. but then I forgot about it. But maybe we'll have a coin slot looking thing here. I need a quick bathroom break, so I'll be back in just a minute. Okay. It's usually on top, so it's harder to drop them on the floor. That does make sense. So maybe I shouldn't. Move this back up a little. All right. Robot Spacer claims to have not been on a bus since 2013. And that is approximate, but I think it's roughly correct. Possible puzzle. No more puzzles. You have to place the obol over your eye for Karen to accept your offering. We're done with puzzles. The coin goes in the slot. Only for her to say, "Dear, I'm not that old-fashioned. Just drop it in the slot." So an optional puzzle with flair. Okay, I'll accept this idea. I'm gonna screenshot the chat to remind me. I will think about it if we have time. That would be pretty funny. So next week we will we will for real actually wrap up this drawing. I'm pretty happy with it at this point. So I know we'll be able to wrap it up. Like, I'm a little tempted to go longer, but I should stop. So we'll finish it up, and then we'll probably add some more interactivity in this scene. Like right now, you can insert the token, but that's, I think, literally all you can do in this scene. So we'll give you the opportunity to at least chat with Sharon a little bit. Like, we still have to add a way to learn what her name is, if nothing else. And maybe we can get that Easter egg in. We'll see. $40 DLC bus armor. But next week we'll be done with the game for real. Asterisk. Ooh, and hopefully in the meantime I can wrap up some other little things, like figuring out a better point sound. I'm just not quite happy with it. On Tuesday, oh, that didn't work, did it? Oh, it did work. Wait, what? Why did that work? Why didn't the other commands work? What other commands do I have? Okay, so they're not all broken, but all the sound ones are for sure. Thank you for the hello. The sound ones are all broken, but Mac Break was also broken? Oh, that one works. That one's not even enabled, but it works. Okay. Well, anyways, clearly I have some app debugging to do next week. It's fine. But yeah, there's my schedule. So on Tuesday, we'll play more Maupiti Island, the 21st stream of Maupiti Island. We're so close, I think, to getting to the end of that game, but also so very far, probably. But I've looked forward to it every week. Every week we've made some amount of progress that I've been excited about. What a weird and wonderful game that has been. Let's see, what else? I mentioned at the beginning of stream, a week from tomorrow, Saturday, or today, depending on how you look at things, I will be joining Silver over on his channel. Let me give him another shout out here. For the Consulting Detective Network, his new series. Oh, Zizzy worked because that's still a Stream Elements command. Bus break. I don't have a bus break, sorry. Saturmara, yes. But that'll be on the 27th. Time to be determined. Silver and me will figure out what time that will be tomorrow, I promise. So that's next week's plans. Also, Unsacred Crush. You're going to play Nier on Monday, right? Or did you decide you needed to do more Genshin? But Unsacred Crush normally plays Genshin Impact and has also been playing Nier Automata. Let's find someone to raid. Thank you all for hanging out. I always have a great time, and I'm so very excited to be almost done with this game. I am very, very curious what other folks will think of it. Should switch scenes here. Choices. Yeah. There's always so many people streaming on Friday night, even this late. Let me pop in a few streams here and see what... let's figure out who we'll say hello to. I think we might... last week we rated Fractal Mind Mike over on his dev channel. I think we might do that again. Wells for boys. Horsebreak. Oh man, I wish. Didn't finish Lynette's Hangout or start Chiori's Quest, so I might do Oops All Genshin next week. Oh right, you're also doing a special stream on Wednesday even. That's going to be so much Genshin. Let's see if I can spell Fractal. Fractal Mind Dev. I think I got it. The raid has been created. Great. My raid messages are right here. Feel free to join the robot parade if you like. I will also copy it myself. Sometimes I forget to copy it myself, and then I'm like, oh, dang it. Thanks again, y'all. I hope you have a good weekend, and please take care of yourselves. Also, thank you again for the raids. I appreciate that very much, and we'll see you around. Bye.